Excellencies, distinguished guests, I declare open the fourth plenary session of the 56th General Assembly, the regular session of the General Assembly of the Organization of American States. The first item, point one of our agenda, is the question of the Malvinas Islands. As our delegations know, the General Assembly has examined and continues to examine this matter annually in the fulfillment of Resolution 669 of 1983, which decided to continue consideration of this matter at its successive regular sessions until a final solution is reached. To that end, I give the floor to the delegation of Argentina. Mr. President, heads of delegation, Mr. Secretary General, and Madam Assistant Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to address this General Assembly of the Organization of American States on behalf of the Republic of Argentina to reaffirm its legitimate rights as a sovereign country on the South Changit, South Sandwich, and adjacent maritime areas of the Malvinas Islands. I speak here on behalf of my people and my country for a claim that has lasted for delegations. Malvinas is a national clause and a constant and irrevocable commitment for all Argentines. Before moving further, I bring greetings from the Foreign Minister of the Republic of Argentina, Pablo Quirno, for whom it would have been an honor to participate in person. His international commitments require him to be before the question of decolonization, before the United Nations Committee on Decolonization. He has therefore asked me to represent Argentina and to reiterate before the member states of this organization the commitment of Argentina to exercise and to claim its sovereign rights over the Malvinas Islands for reasons of sovereignty and in keeping with the principles that guide this organization. Mr. President, the legal foundations of the claims of Argentina are widely known by this Assembly. Argentina, as the legitimate heir to the rights of Spain, inherited those rights in 1810 and continues to exercise those claims of sovereignty over the Malvinas Islands and the nearby maritime areas. This was the case in 1883 when the Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland illegally occupied the Malvinas Islands through an act of force contrary to international law at the time. It removed the authorities and the population of Argentines, violating the territorial integrity of our country, and began a particular and specific colonial situation that persists to this day. Argentina has never ceded its rights. The Constitution of Argentina specifically addresses this with a mandate: the recovery of these territories and the full exercise of sovereignty, respecting the way of life of its inhabitants, constitute a permanent right and claim from Argentina, which it will not go back on. Argentina has found a firm and constant support of other American states. This is a shared position that reaffirms the primacy of international law, the peaceful resolution of disputes, and respect for the territorial integrity to guarantee stability and peace in our continent. Along these same lines, the Organization of American States has qualified the Malvinas issue as a matter of permanent hemispheric interest and has reaffirmed the need for negotiations to be renewed to find a final solution to this dispute over sovereignty. This has been constantly raised in Mercosur and other Ibero-American summits, the Council of Brasilia, and the Zone for Cooperation of the South Atlantic. 60 years ago, the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted Resolution 2065, which formally recognized a dispute over sovereignty between the United Kingdom and the Republic of Argentina. It also took steps to put an end to that colonial situation through bilateral negotiations, keeping in mind and taking into account the interests of the inhabitants of the islands. Argentina has permanently shown its willingness to engage in dialogue. Over the course of 16 years after the adoption of Resolution 2065, both parties engaged in conversations and proposed diplomatic formulas to resolve this. That precedent shows that negotiation is possible when there is good faith and a political will to do so. Mr. President, the United Kingdom invokes the principle of free determination, self-determination, to avoid dialogue. Argentina has stated on numerous occasions that this is not applicable to the question of the Malvinas Islands. None of the steps to resolve this through the United Nations and the more than 40 committees on the Special Committee on Decolonization on this matter make a reference to the principle of self-determination nor to the wishes of the inhabitants. Section 1214 establishes that self-determination may not be used to break the territorial integrity of the existing state. In the Malvinas Islands, there are no colonized peoples who have such a right, but a British population brought there by the occupying force after the expulsion of the Argentine authorities and there. The position of Argentina is not indifferent to the wishes of the inhabitants. The national constitution enshrines their way as a principle. Argentina assumes that responsibility also with the mandate of engaging in dialogue. Mr. President, the lack of progress is made worse by the unilateral actions undertaken by Great Britain in the area, contrary to Resolution 3149 of the General Assembly of the United Nations, whose 50th anniversary is celebrated this year. This resolution calls on to abstain from any modification of the status quo while negotiations are underway. The United Kingdom unilaterally, illegally, and unlawfully has issued concessions for the exploitation, development of mineral, renewable, and non-renewable resources, including fisheries, and gas and oil. Companies have expressed having made discoveries on the base of licenses issued by the unlawful occupants of the islands. Faced with this announcement, the Argentine Republic gave instructions to the foreign minister to strongly and energetically reject this on behalf of Argentina. In compliance of that mandate, our country reiterates, in respect of international law, the adoption of all measures necessary to safeguard its interests over the islands. This, together with the military presence out of the disproportionate military Atlantic, this militarization also is a violation of the commitment to keep the area of the South a demilitarized zone. Mr. President, the Republic of Argentina maintains a bilateral relationship of respect with the United Kingdom to construct a mature relationship which would address all of the positions in our country, its sovereign rights, and insists on a peaceful resolution of this dispute in keeping with the rules of international law. And reason calls on the United Kingdom to fulfill its obligations in the area of decolonization. The question of the Malvinas Islands affects the situation in our hemisphere and questions the principles our nations have defended. 2 centuries nearly, time will not change an illegitimate title over the territory. No unilateral decision will remove the international mandate that orders both nations to negotiate, and none can use as a shield to avoid dialogue. Argentina comes before this assembly knowing that its own right by law and by justice, and also does so with the firm conviction that we believes in peace and diplomacy and in the capacity of the country to defend the principles that we all share. Mr. President, on behalf of the Argentine Republic, I member states of the OAS for the sustained support over the course of many years from this assembly has reaffirmed that the Malvinas Islands are not a solitary cause. Keeping with the principles that have given shape to our community in this hemisphere, we request once again the support of this assembly to renew negotiations between the Republic of Argentina and United Kingdom, final solution to this dispute over sovereignty. Argentina will continue firmly and boldly without doing so with the tools available through diplomacy, international law, and with the certainty that these causes that are accompanied by a region in keeping with its foundational principles. By right, by conviction, and for historical reasons, the Malvinas belong to Argentina. Thank you. Thank you to the delegation of Argentina for your presentation and for sharing the position of your government regarding this historical atmosphere. I will now give the floor to the delegation of Peru for the presentation of the draft declaration. Mr. President of the Assembly, the delegation has given particular attention to the presentation of the delegation for Argentina, in which it clearly explained the positions and the legal defenses and bases on which it asserts its rights over the Malvinas Islands. Peru reiterates a call for governments that are friends of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, as well as the Republic of Argentina, to urge those countries to renew negotiations and resolution in keeping with the principles of the United Nations and the United Nations and the OAS. Within this framework, we insist on the need for both parties to abstain from introducing any unilateral modifications to the current situation in the islands, in keeping with Resolution 31/39 of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Peru maintains a historic and unchanging for the claims of sovereignty of the Republic of Argentina on the Malvinas Islands, Georgia, and South Sandwich Islands and adjacent maritime areas. And for this reason, Peru is pleased to support the draft declaration proposed by the Republic of Argentina before this General Assembly. Finally, the Republic of Peru presents for consideration the draft declaration entitled "The Question of the Malvinas Islands," unquote, reaffirms the commitment to a peaceful resolution of this dispute. In this regard, Mr. President, we will now read in its entirety the text. Declaration on the issue of the Malvinas Islands. The General Assembly, considering the repeated statements that the question of Malvinas Islands is a matter of enduring hemispheric concern, recalling its resolution 928 adopted by consensus on November 1988, in which it requested the governments of the Argentine Republic and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to resume negotiations in order to find, as soon as possible, peaceful to the sovereignty dispute. Bearing in mind that in Resolution 1049 it expressed satisfaction over the resumption of diplomatic relations between the two countries and recognized the accreditation of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland 655 as a permanent observer of the OAS reflects principles and values shared by that country and OAS member states, which facilitate greater mutual understanding. With satisfaction that the governments of the Argentine Republic and the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland maintain important political, cultural, and trade ties, share common values, and are also engaged in close cooperation, both bilaterally and in international fora, and bearing in mind that despite those ties, it has not yet been possible to resume the negotiations between the two countries with a view to solving the sovereignty dispute over the Malvinas Islands, South Georgias, and South Sandwich Islands, and surrounding maritime areas in the framework of Resolutions 2065, 3160, 31/49, 38/12, 39/40/21, 40, 42/19, and 43/25 of the United Nations General Assembly. The decisions adopted by the same body on the same question in the Special Committee on Decolonization and the resolutions and declarations adopted at this General Assembly. And having heard the presentation by the head of the delegation of the Argentine Republic, welcomes the reaffirmation of the will of the Argentine Republic, exploring all possible avenues, a peaceful settlement of the dispute and its constructive approach toward the inhabitants of the Malvinas Islands, reaffirm the need for the governments of Argentina and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to resume as soon as possible negotiations on the sovereignty dispute in order to find a peaceful solution to this protracted controversy. To continue to examine the question of the Malvinas Islands at its subsequent sessions until a definitive settlement has been reached. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much to the delegation of Peru. I give the floor now to the delegations of member states who wish to make any comments on this point 1 of our agenda. Chile. Thank you very much, Mr. President. The President of Chile on the matter of the Malvinas Islands has habitually been made in favor of the numerous declarations made in different, both regionally and multilateral organizations. For this reason, our country once again asks for the floor to express its support to the legitimate claims of the Argentine Republic of sovereignty with regards to the presence of the United Kingdom of Great Britain over the Malvinas Islands, South Georgia, South Sandwich Islands, and nearby maritime areas. Both countries have important cultural, trade, and political ties, and we call on the governments of the Republic of Argentina and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland renew negotiations to find as soon as possible a peaceful and definitive final solution to the sovereignty dispute in keeping with the pertinent resolutions of the United Nations as well as the resolutions of the OAS. Thank you. Foreign Minister, Guatemala, you have the floor. We thank the representative of the Republic of Argentina for his intervention as well as the draft declaration, which was read in entirety by the delegation of Peru. This is a matter that this Assembly has reiterated its concern with as a permanent matter of the hemispheric agenda. Argentina reiterates its claim over the Malvinas Islands, South Georgia, South Sandwich Islands, and nearby maritime areas, a dispute which goes to 1833. This is a matter of importance that the governments of the Republic of Argentina and the government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland be able to renew negotiations and find a final solution to this sovereignty dispute. We the continued willingness to engage in dialogue and resolve this dispute in principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. And we renew a call for the Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland commit to dialogue and negotiation. As we have said in previous years, Guatemala is with a firm conviction that it is time to give way to means that international law and multilateralism affords us for the peaceful resolution of disputes, and do so in the hopes that this will achieve peaceful resolution of this sovereignty dispute. Thank you to Guatemala. Thank you, Carlos. El Salvador, you have the floor. Mr. President, El Salvador reiterates its firm support to the legitimate rights of sovereignty of the Republic of Argentina over the Malvinas Islands, South Georgia, South Sandwich Islands, and maritime areas. This is in the view to find a peaceful resolution to the sovereignty dispute in keeping with the resolutions of the United Nations General Assembly and the Assembly of the Organization of States. We call on Argentina and the United Kingdom to renew negotiations, and in this regard, we urge countries to continue to bring negotiate as possible to find a peaceful resolution to this dispute. For El Salvador, the question of the Malvinas Islands, South Georgia, South Sandwich, nearby maritime areas are a regional as well as a global matter whose resolution is necessary to ensure peace and stability in the region. Thank you, Mr. President.
El Salvador, we pass the floor to Costa Rica. President and distinguished ministers, Costa Rica joins the hemisphere expressed in this general assembly about the question of the Malvinas Islands, the South Georgias and South Sandwich Islands, as well as surrounding maritime, reaffirming that we back the relevant resolutions, both from the United Nations and from the body. Costa Rica has consistently sustained that this dispute of sovereignty between the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Argentina about the Malvinas Islands is a particular case of decolonization that must be resolved through peaceful dialogue and coordination. Over more than 6 decades after the resolution from the United Nations, it continues to be pending. The resolution here continues to be pending. Encourage both parties to come back to their negotiations based on their commitment with international law and international. Resolving these controversies is indispensable for the stability and security of our hemisphere. As a zone of peace have shown that solidarity, cooperation, and diplomacy are the most effective tools and most sustainable tools to resolve differences and to strengthen trust between states. Thank you. Thank you, Costa Rica. Paraguay has the floor. Mr. President, our delegation would like to thank the presentation of the question of the Malvinas Islands. We would like to thank the Argentine delegation as well as the Peruvian delegation for the presentation of the document. Paraguay at this time has the pro tempore presidency of Mercosur. And in that sense, I would like to read the special declaration of the parties, states, related to the question of the Malvinas Islands from December last year, which is following. The President of the Argentine Republic, Javier Gerardo Milei, the Federal Republic of Brazil, Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva, the Republic of Paraguay, Santiago Peña Palacios, the Western Republic of Uruguay, Armando Orsi, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the plurinational state of Bolivia, Fernando Carrasco, all member states of Mercosur, the President of the Republic of Panama, Jose Raul Molino, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Alberto Van Clavere, and of all other associated states joining together in the Federation of Brazil Presidential Summit in 2025 affirm the declarations of the presidents of the party states for the Republic of Bolivia and the Republic of Chile, signed in 1990. The Republic of Argentina denominated this declaration the Declaration on the Malvinas. And it reiterates the backing to the legitimate of the Argentine government to sovereignty over the Malvinas Islands. They reiterate that in the year of the 60th anniversary of the adoption of Resolution 2065 of the General Assembly of the United Nations, regional interest in the prolonged dispute of sovereignty between of Argentina and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland over the Malvinas Islands, Southern Georgian Islands, and Islands, as well as surrounding maritime spaces, must be resolved as quickly as possible. The relevant resolutions from the United Nations, declarations from the Organization of American States, Mercosur, and other regional and multilateral organizations, highlighting that the adoption of unilateral measures, including exploration and exploitation of natural non-renewable resources, is not compatible with Resolution 31-49 General Assembly of the United Nations, and recognize that the rights to assist the Republic of Argentina to promote legal actions fully respecting international law against these activities which are not authorized in the referred to area, agreed to carry out through the pro tempore agency new management before the General Secretary of the United Nations to request a renewal of efforts to comply with the goodwill mission which was sent by the General Assembly through its successive resolutions in order to start the negotiations that are still pending. And in this sense, we would like to reiterate support from Mercosur to cooperation, and we do encourage the reinitiation of these negotiations between the United Kingdom and the Republic of Argentina. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paraguay. We pass the floor to Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Barbuda reaffirms its commitment to the peaceful settlement of disputes in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations and international law. We note that sovereignty of the Falkland Islands, Malvinas, remains disputed between the United Kingdom and Argentina. The United Kingdom cites the principle of self-government and the wishes of the islanders to remain a British overseas territory, while Argentina bases its claim on historical and territorial grounds, as we a few minutes ago, and calls for bilateral negotiations. We also note that the United Nations General Assembly and its Special Committee on Decolonization have encouraged both governments to resume negotiations to reach a peaceful solution. Now, Antigua and Barbuda respects the United Kingdom's position on self-determination, a principle of particular importance to small states and peoples. At the same time, we recognize Argentina's long-standing sovereignty claim and its call for negotiations on the United Nations auspices. As a friend of both countries, Antigua and Barbuda encourage dialogue rather than deepen differences. We urge both parties to engage constructively and in good faith, in line with the relevant United Nations resolutions and the traditions of resolving disputes peacefully. We remain confident that diplomacy, mutual respect, and sustained engagement offer the best path toward a solution that supports regional stability, international cooperation, and stronger relations between these two valued members of the international community. In that context, Antigua support to this resolution that is before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Antigua Barbuda. Tiene la palabra.
Obrigado. Thank you, Mr. President. Brazil joins its voice to that of the Peruvian delegation, reiterating our historic support for the legitimate sovereignty over the Malvinas Islands, South Georgia, South Sandwich, and near and maritime areas. The question of the Malvinas Islands has been, which led to protests by Brazil immediately after the occupation, is a particular situation that has lasted over the course of nearly 2 centuries. Brazil's statement was made in consideration of the fact that the occupation was illegal under international law and therefore is not an applicable principle. The Malvinas Islands were an integral part of the national territory of Argentina. For that reason, we call application of the principle for respect of the territorial integrity and a peaceful resolution of disputes. The South Atlantic of the United Nations is a zone of peace and cooperation made up by 24 countries of Africa and Latin America. This action from Resolution 4011 by the General Assembly from 27 October 1986, a commitment to peace and regional cooperation and a respect for the sovereignty of states. In this context, Brazil, as the president of the 9th Ministerial Meeting for the Zone of Peace of the South Atlantic, carried out in January on the last month of April, will proceed to now read the Declaration of de Janeiro. We call on the renewal of negotiations between the governments of the Republic of Argentina and Great Britain and Northern Ireland in keeping with Resolution 2065 of the General Assembly and other pertinent resolutions of the General Assembly of the United Nations on the matter of the Malvinas Islands, with a view to, as soon as possible, finding a peaceful, fair, and lasting solution to the sovereignty dispute. We recognize and acknowledge the good will of the good faith of the Argentine Republic to engage in such negotiations, remembering that the resolution of the General Assembly called on the good offices of the Secretary General of the United Nations to urge these nations to engage in renewing negotiations and that abstain from adopting any unilateral decisions which will modify unilaterally the situation in the area. In this context, we see with great concern the development of illegitimate oil or hydrocarbon exploration activities in the area, as well as the military operations of the Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland in this area, and reassert the claims of sovereignty over the sovereignty and the exploitation of natural resources by the Republic of Argentina with full respect for international law against the unlawful exploration of hydrocarbon resources in the Malvinas Islands, South Georgia, South Sandwich Islands, and nearby maritime areas. Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias, Brasil. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Brazil. I pass the floor to Ecuador. Mr. President of the Assembly, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, General Secretary, Assistant General Secretary, Ecuador affirms our historical and unvarying support to the Republic of Argentina for their sovereign right over the Malvinas Islands, the South Sandwich Islands, and the Southern Georgia Islands, as well as surrounding maritime areas. The question of the Malvinas Islands is a particularly unique case of decolonization that must be solved through the pertinent resolutions of the United Nations. So we reject any attempt to apply the principle of self-determination to this issue, which is incompatible with territorial integrity of Argentina. Any unilateral measure, as long as this has been unresolved. Ecuador reiterates its commitment to the peaceful resolution of international disputes and exhorts the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the Republic of Argentina to pick back up these bilateral negotiations as quickly as possible in order to reach just and definitive resolution for this sovereignty dispute. Mr. President, Ecuador, as a part of the Brasilia Consensus, would like to read this declaration on the issue of the Malvinas Islands, carried out in the framework of the first South American meeting of dialogue and for the southern states, the 21st of November, 2023, which I will be quoting now. Ministers of Defense and Foreign Affairs of the states of joined together in Brasilia in 2023 for the first South American meeting of dialogue between ministers of defense and foreign affairs. Reaffirm their support of the rights of the Republic of Argentina in the sovereignty dispute between the Republic of Argentina and the Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland over the Malvinas Islands, the Southern Georgia's Islands, and the Islands, as well as surrounding space. They reaffirm the legitimate rights of the Argentine Republic for this sovereignty dispute between the two areas, reiterate regional interest to restart the negotiations, making reference to the relevant resolutions from the United Nations, including declarations by the OAS, Mercosur, and other regional forums, highlighting that the military presence of the United Kingdom in the islands and surrounding maritime spaces goes against regional policy, which seeks a peaceful solution for this sovereignty dispute. And they reiterate their call to pick negotiations back up to find a definitive solution and to end unilateral British activities in the disputed zone, which violate the resolutions of the General Assembly of the UN, especially resolutions 31/49 and 41/11. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Ecuador. I'll pass the floor to the Dominican Republic. Mr. President, colleagues, the Dominican Republic reaffirms its unwavering support to the Charter of the Organization of American States and international law, particularly with the peaceful resolution of disputes, territoriality of states, and the completion of decolonization efforts that are still pending. Years after Resolution 2055 by the UN, the international community recognized this territorial dispute over the Malvinas Islands and made a call to all parties to resolve this through bilateral negotiations. 6 decades later, that call is still valid. The Dominican Republic reiterates its support for the sovereignty of the American Republic over the Malvinas Islands, the Southern Georgia Islands, and the Southern Sandwich Islands, as well as surrounding maritime areas. We support and encourage this organization to support the Republic of Argentina and the United Kingdom as they restart their negotiations. Dialogue is the only way towards a just and definitive peaceful resolution. When a controversy stays open for so long, we must not resign ourselves or accept it. We must renew political will to resolve it. In this spirit, the Dominican Republic reaffirms its support to this declaration from the organization and encourages the parties to take up constructive conversations that can move them towards a lasting solution. Thank you. Thank you to the Dominican Republic. We'll pass the floor to Mr. President, colleagues, ministers, General Secretary, it's an honor for the State of Bolivia in the framework of this session to continue our traditional practice of solidarity and support in the question of the Malvinas Islands. As a member of the G77, there was I'm going to offer the reading of some relevant paragraphs from a ministerial declaration of the 77th China Group, paragraphs 16 and 17. The ministers remember that the 16th of December 2025 was the anniversary of the Resolution 2055 from the UN General Assembly, which affirms the need that the governments of Argentina and the United Kingdom restart their negotiations pursuant to all of the relevant resolutions to seek a peaceful resolution of the controversy on the Malvinas Islands, South Georgian Islands, South Sandwich Islands, and surrounding maritime area. We welcome the will of Argentina, willingness of Argentina in holding the negotiations related to this aim, and recalled the UN General Assembly Resolution 37/9, which, inter alia, entrusted the Secretary General with a mission of good offices in order to assist the parties. In this regard, the ministers affirmed the principle of territorial integrity as enshrined in the General Assembly Resolution 1514, highlighting the right of the member states of the group to permanent sovereignty over their natural resources, including the right of the Argentine Republic to take legal action with full respect for international law and relevant resolutions against non-authorized hydrocarbon exploration and exploitation activities in the referred area, and recalled the need for both parties to refrain from making decisions that would imply introducing unilateral modifications in the situation while the islands are going through the process recommended by the Assembly in accordance with the General Assembly 3149. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Olivia. We will pass the floor to the United States.
Our position remains one of neutrality. We recognize de facto United Kingdom administrations, but we take no position on claims of either party. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. We pass the floor to Honduras. Thank you, Mr. President. The Republic of Honduras has historically maintained a posture of backing the hemisphere on the issue of the Malvinas Islands, and this has been seen through active participation of Honduras during the session of the Special Committee on Decolonization of the United Nations dedicated to the issue of the Malvinas Islands. In this sense, the Republic of Honduras reaffirms the legitimate right of the Republic of Argentina in the sovereignty dispute over the Malvinas Islands, Southern Georgia Islands, Southern Sandwich Islands, and surrounding maritime areas. Honduras recognizes the importance of the relevant resolutions from the United Nations and regional declarations which call parties to return to bilateral negotiations to come to a just and lasting resolution in the framework of international law, peaceful resolution of controversy, and respect for territorial integrity. In that framework, we reinforce our activities where we support this through dialogue. Thank you, Honduras. We pass the floor to Haiti.
Thank you, Mr. President. Haiti wishes to affirm for a peaceful resolution in keeping with international law over the Malvinas Islands, in keeping with, as a country which is a friend of the Republic of Argentina and United Kingdom of Great Britain, would urge both to act in good faith to find a mutually acceptable solution to these claims of sovereignty. Haiti believes that respect for international law and the search for a peaceful resolution is the most appropriate means to preserve stability and trust and cooperation between nations. Thank you.
Gracias, Haití.
Thank you, Haiti. We pass the floor.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In 1910, the French writer located in Buenos Aires published the book under the French title, and he highlighted what for Mexico has been and always be an irrefutable fact. The Malvinas Islands belong to the Republic of Argentina. This foundational sovereignty is based on the concept of the territorial integrity of the states, the legal validity, historically, of the rights that Argentina has had over that, including the southern Georgia Islands, the southern Sandwich Islands, and the surrounding areas. Argentina has legitimate rights which belong to them since their independence from Spain, aligned with many relevant resolutions from the United Nations and ECLAC declarations. Mexico calls for and the United Kingdom to return to dialogue to be able to reach acceptable and definitive solution. Mexico will continue in solidarity supporting the efforts to reach a definitive solution to consolidate a safe and stable region. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. We'll pass the floor to Panama. Thank you very much, Mr. The Republic reiterates its support for the Republic of Argentina in terms of the question of the Malvinas Islands, southern Sandwich Islands, and surrounding maritime areas. Our historic position of support is based on unchanging principles expressed in the Panamanian Amphitronic Congress, which we are celebrating, relative to the respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity of the states, as well as peaceful resolution of conflict and respect for international law. The Republic of Panama has taken these principles and made them a cornerstone of our foreign policy. We believe that reiterating them is not just valid, but timely. The Republic of Panama would celebrate the renewal of dialogues between Argentina and the UK to resolve this controversy. The resolution from the Honorable Delegation about the question of the Malvinas Islands is supported by Panama, and we thank you very much, Mr. President, for your time. Thank you, Panama. We'll pass the floor to Uruguay. The position of my country on the question of the Malvinas Islands is an unvariable and consistent part of Uruguay's public foreign policy. We would like to reaffirm our conviction and the rights of sovereignty for the Republic of Argentina on the Malvinas Islands, southern Georgia Islands, and surrounding maritime areas. This position is founded on historical, legal, and geographic reasons. This is about a sovereign dispute between the United Kingdom and the Republic of Argentina, but they are not the only ones involved. There must be bilateral negotiations between these two parties, considering the interests of the population as found in Resolution 2055 of the United Nations. Uruguay trusts that dialogue between the two parties can be constructive and that it will allow us to advance towards a definitive resolution, which will include aspects to protect the future of the islands. As the pro tempore presidency, I'd like to highlight paragraph 5 of the Bogota Declaration of Chiefs of State from the community of Latin American and Caribbean. Says that our firm backing for the rights of the Republic of Argentina in the sovereignty dispute for the Malvinas, southern Georgia, and southern San Juan surrounding areas, and our permanent interest as countries in the region in the discussion dialogue between these two countries is our hope is that it will lead to a peaceful resolution of this dispute in alignment with the Resolution/49 of the United Nations. There's a lot for this issue in the hemisphere, and we would ask this plenary, as every year, to adopt by acclamation the Declaration on the Malvinas Islands. Thank you. Thank you, Uruguay. After the participation of delegations, we pass the floor to the General Secretary of the OAS.
Good afternoon, distinguished ministers of delegations. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Secretariat briefly on this matter. First of all, I'd like to thank the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of the Argentine Republic, Juan Manuel Navarro, for his statement on the Malvinas Islands, and also the heads of delegations who have spoken earlier. General Secretary, the question is consistent, and I will say territorial integrity is a principle the organization has defended throughout its history. The sovereignty dispute over the Malvinas Islands, South Georgia, the South Sandwich Islands, and the surrounding maritime areas unresolved, and it must be settled by peaceful means. International law and with the resolutions and declarations of the United Nations and this organization. At its origin, Mr. Chairman, this is a question of decolonization that remains open in our hemisphere. The character as a community of sovereign nations reaching a negotiated solution. For that reason, we joined the call of the Argentine Republic and the government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to resume negotiations without further delay in order to reach a peaceful settlement. The General Secretariat supports the draft resolution, the draft declaration before this assembly, in keeping with the position the organization has held for decades. We attach great importance to the expression of hemispheric solidarity with the Argentine Republic in this significance of continued and meaningful dialogue, and also reaffirm our commitment to and constructive engagement. The OAS General Secretariat stands ready to facilitate this process of peaceful resolution. I thank you very much.
Gracias, secretario.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I am pleased to inform you that the declaration, the question of the Malvinas Islands, approved by acclamation.
Argentina.
Argentina, the floor is yours. Mr. President, I would like to sincere thanks of the Republic of Argentina to the heads of delegation, ministers of foreign affairs, and all present, especially those who have spoken and have encouraged the adoption of the declaration on the question of the Malvinas Islands. The fact that this has been adopted and called to a dialogue for peaceful resolutions on the issue of the Malvinas, Southern Georgia, and Southern Sandwich Islands reaffirms a tradition that is founded on international law, peaceful resolution of controversies, and the protection of the Southern Atlantic as a space for peace and cooperation. I want to thank you for the strong commitment that we have seen from you in the exercise of the presidency, as well as the hospitality that we have received from Panama throughout this General Assembly. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, Argentina.
El próximo.
The next point in our agenda is the election in order indicated of the members of the following bodies, organizations, and organizational entities. 3 members of the Inter-American Juridical Committee, of the Administrative Tribunal, 1 member of Auditor of the Auditing Committee, and 3 members of the Center of Justice. Allow me to inform you that in conformity with Resolution 1757, modified by Resolution 2157 of this General Assembly on measures destined to encourage timely payment of quotas, the Secretary has distributed document 5910, Revision 1, which contains the list of countries that are currently in the categories of timely payment, considered timely, and not, and unpaid. I would like to ask the presidency, with the vote if corresponding, to invite representatives from Peru, Madam Kelvin Morales Cuba, and from Canada, Madam Marilu Moisandom, places at the table.
De proceder.
Before continuing, I would like to inform that requests to speak will be heard once we complete our elections. Once we have finished the votes, we request the delegations to abstain from requesting the floor unless it is a point of order directly related to carrying out a specific election. Once we have a quorum at the Secretariat, we will continue with the Inter-American Juridical Committee election, aligned with the General Assembly regulations. We have 3 candidacies. Mr. Jose Rojas Baez, presented by the delegation of the Dominican Republic. Mr. Alejandro Alde Gonzalez, presented by the delegation from Mexico. And Ms. Maria Rosa Guamiares Lola, presented by the delegation of Brazil. As there are 3 candidacies and 3 vacancies, this presidency proposes that Mr. Julio Jose Rojas Baez and Alejandro Alde Gonzalez and Ms. Maria Rosa Guamiares Lula will be by acclamation as members of the Inter-American Juridical Committee for a period of 4 years, starting the 1st of January 2027 and December 2030. I would like to express my congratulations to Mr. Julio and Alejandro Alde Gonzalez and Ms. Maria Rosa Gómez Lola for their election. And I wish you the best of luck in the performance of your functions in the Inter-American Juridical Committee. We will now continue on with elections for the Administrative Tribunal. According to Annex 2 of the General Assembly regulations. For the vacancy this year, we have the candidacy of Ms. Noseworthy, presented by the delegation of Jamaica. As there is 1 candidacy vacancy, this presidency proposes that Ms. Janet be elected by as a member of the Administrative Tribunal of the OAS for a period of 6 years, beginning the 1st of January and ending the 31st of December 2032. I would like to congratulate Ms. Janet Noseworthy for her election, and I wish her all success in the performance of the Administrative Tribunal of the OAS. We shall continue on to elections for the Auditing Committee for the OAS. This vacancy has Mr. Norman Brown, presented by the delegation from the United States. As there is one candidacy for one vacancy, this presidency proposes that Mr. Norman Brown by acclamation as a member of the Auditing Committee for the OAS for a period of 3 years, beginning the 1st of January 2027 and ending the 31st of December 2029. I would like to congratulate Mr. Norman Brown for his election, and I would like to wish him the best in the performance of his duties at the Auditing Committee at the OAS. We will now continue on to elections relevant to the Justice Center for Americas. For the there are 3 candidacies. We have Ms. Patricia Elizabeth Gomez, presented of Guatemala, Mr. Santiago Pereira Campos, presented by the Uruguay delegation. We have 2 candidacies for 3 vacancies, so I suggest that Ms. Patricia Elizabeth Santiago Pereira Campos be elected by acclamation as members of the Center for Justice Studies of the 3 years, beginning the 1st of January 2027 and concluding the 31st of December 2029. I would like to express my to Patricia Elizabeth Gomez and Santiago Pereira Campos, and I wish them the best in the performance of their duties in the Board of Directors at the Center for of the Americas. Now, if there is no objection, and with the desire to cover the missing vacancy, the presidency proposes that we ask the Permanent Council to carry out an election during the first session that is held in the month of September 2026, establishing the 1st of August 2026 as the time limit for presentation of. Agreed. Concluding the elections expected for this period, thank the representatives from Peru and Canada for their collaboration, and we would invite you to join your respective delegations. Now, according to what has been announced, I will pass the floor to the delegation that's desired to speak in reference to the elections that have been completed. We'll pass the floor to the Dominican Republic.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, the Inter-American Legal Committee is one of the oldest, most respected organs. For over a century, it has contributed to the progressive development and to the codification of international law in the Americas, strengthening the principles and norms that support the existence of our states. But its contribution has been even greater over the course of generations. The committee has created a common language in our hemisphere where jurists from different judicial traditions have been able to found common responses to shared challenges. I wish to recognize the Republic of Brazil, whose generous hospitality and constant support have contributed over many generations to the excellence of the work of the Inter-American Judicial Committee. For this reason, the Dominican Republic is particularly satisfied to learn of the election by acclamation of Dr. Julio Rojas Baez as a member of the Inter-American Legal Committee. We know his professional curriculum, his intellectual property, and his commitment with the values that this organization aspires to. We are convinced that he will contribute with great value to the protection of the inter-American legal order. Allow me a modest personal reflection. My father, Ambrosio Alvarez Zambrano, belonged to this committee in the decade of the 1950s. Years later, being a young lawyer, I also had the opportunity to collaborate with the work of our organization and to learn firsthand the work of the Legal Committee. For that reason, this mission is for my country and for me personally of great significance. We trust that the distinguished jurists elected today will continue honoring the rigorous technical work with a hemispheric scope and vocation that has been characteristic of this committee's work. The Dominican Republic reaffirms its commitment to the inter-American system and to the institutions that allow that the rule of law prevail on the rule of force. We congratulate Dr. Julio José Rojas Baez and wish him a great success in the carrying out of his duties. Thank you. Thank you. Guatemala, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Allow me to congratulate all those who have been elected or re-elected to the different organs of the inter-American system. Guatemala wishes to express its sincere appreciation for the trust given to Elizabeth Gomez, who has been elected by acclamation as a member of the Justice Studies of the Americas for the period 2026-27. We do so with a profound sense of responsibility. The support is a show of trust. The expert of this Guatemalan professional, as well as the commitment of Guatemala to strengthening the rule of law, judicial independence, the modernization of judicial systems, effective access to justice in the Americas. Attorney Gomez has more than 20 years of experience as a criminal law judge and is currently the president of the Bar of Notaries, Civil Law Notaries and Lawyers of Guatemala. She also has the respect for fundamental rights and transparency and the defense of democratic principles in her career. We are convinced that her experience will substantively contribute to the work of the CELA. We also wish to congratulate Santiago Pereira Campos of the Republic of Uruguay for his election. And we are certain that together with other members of that organization, will be able to fulfill the mandate of this committee for the benefit of our countries. Guatemala wishes to continue with member states and for the Center of Justice in the Americas to strengthen international cooperation in areas of the rule of law, institutional strengthening. Thank you very much. Thank you. Guatemala. Mexico has the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. As a country that deeply values international law and inter-American law as the basis for the relationships between our countries, Mexico appreciates the election of Dr. Alejandro Alday Gonzalez by acclamation as member of the Inter-American Juridical Committee. Him to continue being able to contribute to the strengthening of inter-American law. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mexico. We move to the next point of our order of our agenda, presentations from organizations, entities of the organization. Before giving the floor to the first representation, we will now hear from those in keeping with the preparation done by the preparatory committee. Each intervention will have a maximum time of 5 minutes. This in keeping, the chair will, once the final presentation has been made by the International Federation of Red Cross, and I'll give the floor to Julia Yegros, the General Director of the Inter-American Institute for Children, Inter-American Children, who comes joined by Luis, a young Panamanian youth, member of the network of Central America, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic. To be present does not always mean being able to participate. Good afternoon to the OAS. My name is Luz Barrios. I participate in the network of youth and children of Mexico, Central America, Republic. In representation, in recent years, we have seen important progress made in the participation of children and youth. There have been important opportunities for consultation and to be able to express our opinions. Something that we value and must consider. However, participating does not always mean being involved. To participate means to understand why we are here, to know the issues that are being discussed, to have access to information, to prepare to contribute our own opinion, and above all, to know how we can contribute to the processes. Participation is a value when it allows us to build and create and generate change. I know before that there are places where children and youth can learn rights better and learn about different countries and share experiences. We live. In this network, we've been able to develop initiatives and communication and projects that make more visible our experiences throughout the region. I also know that these opportunities are often unknown. Many people, many children and youth do not know that they have rights, that there are organizations that work to promote and defend their rights, and on occasion they may not even aware that their opinions are of value. One of the challenges we face is to open up these spaces to a greater number of people, because rights may not be fully exercised unless they are well known. We remember that, yes, last year was one of the first times that a adolescent was in this, and we must seek for more inclusive opportunities, reflect on how can we value the presence and participation of our youth. And the answer is because knows our reality better than those of us who are living these experiences. To know these experiences firsthand may allow us to better understand our aspirations and our needs. The group that I represent today is not only personal experience, but also the concerns and proposals from friends and colleagues of different countries in the region. We represent voices, we represent different contexts. We trust that we want to be part of the conversation that involve our future and our present. The question that we are left with is, how do we make sure that this participation is ever more significant and can make a real contribution to the decisions that will have an impact on our lives? Thank you.
Queridas autoridades presentes y también las
To leaders that are here today, as well as those who are following us, the answer to Luz's question has been, and without romanticizing this, from the Inter-American Institute for Children, international dialogue in different formats, from play, art, activities in nature, languages, ancestral rights and languages, to underscore links, and protection of rights, the protection of rights of children and youth will not be possible without the participation of these youth. The Institute annually gives an annual accounting of its work and expresses what is in the heart of our institution, faith in the four pillars of our institution: human rights, development, and security. That our service be loyal to adolescents of the Americas. The technical to publications, studies, campaigns that were carried out, forums and conferences, all in fulfilling the effect of poverty on children, discrimination, human mobility, violence, mental health, the priority of attending to early childhood, the inclusion and the eradication of sexual exploitation of boys, girls, and teenagers. Issue of all the themes, and this perhaps the most complex, is the protection of children in the internet space and intelligence, making great strides and very quickly is the one that interferes with our capacity for collective response. An area that is ever more vulnerability. Organized crime is able to operate through platforms, networks, and inclusively in online games. And here we need American governments that would respond to the need for protections. A great challenge is to reach this 100 years on the 9th of June of 2027 in context. The multilateral children's organization, the oldest one. We know that we can count on you, and we invite you to keep in your heart what we heard from Luz. This is the voice of 30% of the population of the Americas, and they are the ones that for the greatest time will be impacted by those decisions that we make here. Representatives of their countries and nations, let us continue with this historical role and assume the protection of children and adolescents in the Americas, as they are the hope for our world and our planet.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you for the Inter-American Institute for Children, and thank you to Luz for her words as well. I now give the floor to Commissioner Rallon, President of the Commission on Human Rights. Commissioner Rallon, you have the floor. To the President of this General Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Panama, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, heads of delegation, and representatives and alternate representatives of member states, as well as observers before the OAS. Ladies and gentlemen, human rights do not belong to any geography or ideology. They are the common language of the peoples of the Americas that we have chosen for our mutual. Before the data in our annual reports, there's a face, a history, and a person that there would be a response from the Inter-American system. It is an honor to present before this Assembly the annual report of 2025 of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, with technical independence and in service of the peoples and of the Americas. In 2025, we faced a year of great tension for democratic institutions and the rule of law in the hemisphere. Faced with this scenario, the Commission responded in the only way that it knows how to, with data and with dialogue. The Commission received more than 3,300 claims or petitions, the highest for our history, and we evaluated 82.5%. We approved 60 reports of admissibility and 132 substantive reports strengthening the Inter-American standards in areas such as access to justice, judicial independence, and the protection of those facing discrimination. We analyzed more than 80% of nearly 2,000 requests for precautionary measures, and we issued or broadened 73 of these, granting protection to thousands of situations of great risk. And we continue seeking equitable solutions so as to find reparations through agreements between the parties. We signed 25 new agreements and published 19 reports. We had 3 sessions with 70 public hearings, 14 visits, and published thematic and country reports. Hearing from victims, civil states on equal footing is at the heart of our mandate. The published by our commission also gives us regional panorama, and in Chapter 4B, a particular attention to Cuba, Nicaragua, and countries in which the Commission has documented systematic repression, violations of rights that would affect the essential of democracy, and we did so without any restriction because the way in which human rights are measured must always be the same one. In this regard, I recognize the openness of dialogue of countries such as El Salvador and Bolivia in following our recommendations. This is the path that we have privileged, which is that of cooperation. I cannot leave aside a challenge that in 2025, the temporary suspension of resources affected nearly 40% of our employees and work staff. The Commission continued its mandate, but experience has confirmed a simple truth. A system of protection is only as strong as that the member states give it. And I reiterate for this the need for sufficient, stable, and foreseeable financing. Ladies and gentlemen, not a list of claims, but an action to build together. The Inter-American Commission is not in any manner above the role of states, but side by side with the member states in the service of every person. And 6 decades ago, we decided together that human dignity should not depend on a national border or a government. Let us today honor that commitment and decision in care, because doing so is to care for the promise that gives meaning to this home of in our hemisphere. The rights of every person matter, and they matter to all of us. Thank you.
Muchas gracias
Thank you.
al presidente.
Thank you very much to the President of the Commission of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights. I will now pass the floor to our next presenter from the Inter-American on Telecommunication. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Subsecretary, Assistant General Secretary, ministers, heads of delegation, and representatives of member states. It's an honor for me to present the annual report 2025 of the Inter-American Commission of Telecommunications, CITEL. Face digital transformation and a changing market, digital strategies, and others, CITEL continues to consolidate as a regional platform for cooperation, institutional strengthening, and consensus. As you know, we are the specialized platform for the OAS to promote regional cooperation on telecommunications and digital transformation. They are strategic infrastructure for economic development, social inclusion, security, education, and democratic strengthening. So for that reason, the work done at CITEL directly to the 4 pillars of the OAS: democracy, human rights, security, and development. CITEL is the primary hemispheric space for coordination and consensus building in the digital space in the Americas. It is the only regional organization authorized to present common Americas positions before the international of Telecommunications. In 2025, 114 associate members participated with us, carrying 9 meetings and work groups with more than 960 participants and more than 1,050 technical documents processed. That strengthens the regional voice on strategic issues like connectivity, spectrum, electric spectrum, digital transformation, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence. In 2025, CTEL continued strengthening regional cooperation, developing capacities, and improving international. The Americas presented 20 inter-American proposals to the UIT, reaching an adoption level of close to strengthening regional advocacy and global decisions. In the same way, CTEL authorized 1,980 scholarships benefiting participants from 22 member states on issues like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, IP, community networks, satellite communications, and digital regulation. This reflects an organization that is more and more focused on results and institutional strengthening. On the other side, the TIC 30 demonstrated the capacity of CTEL to mobilize public-private cooperation to benefit member states. Through strategic partnerships, more than 943,000 children and youth have received digital training. More than 4,000 teachers, parents, and caregivers have been trained, and close to 3,900 educational institutions have been connected. In the same way, more than 12,000 schools continue connected through satellite solutions, and distinct regional programs have reached more than 2.4 million students. CTEL acts as a regional coordinator to transform cooperation into concrete results. CTEL continues initiatives related to artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, digital health, and digital transformation. During 2025, scholarships were authorized for AI and cybersecurity. STEM programs for youth and teachers in rural communities were developed, and regional partnerships on digital governance and technological transformation. These initiatives seek to broaden technical capacities and institutional capacities in member states as we face a system that is more and more dynamic and complex. One of the most relevant advances of CTEL has been technical dialogue to concrete implementation in countries. Through the resolutions of the OAS on connectivity and regulatory improvement, the CTEL works closely with different member states on reducing the digital gap, strengthening institutions, modernizing regulatory frameworks, and developing national roadmaps. At this time, Bolivia, Costa Rica, and Guatemala are making progress in processes for design and research. Paraguay is in implementation. The Dominican Republic, Panama, and Colombia are developing follow-up observatories, and Ecuador is moving forward in long-term objectives. As well, CTEL has begun working on specialized regulatory improvements in Colombia, Panama, and the CTEL continues to drive concrete projects for digital transformation through international cooperation partnerships. Projects include rural connectivity, community networks, digital training systems, and strengthening regulatory capacities. At this time, projects are being developed in Colombia, Argentina, Paraguay, and other countries throughout the region, incorporating connectivity, digital resilience, and local training. All of this consolidates the role of CTEL as a regional platform for technical cooperation, innovation, digital transformation that is inclusive in the Americas. Mr. President, distinguished ministers, heads of delegation, digital transformation is a strategic opportunity to strengthen competitiveness, inclusion, and sustainable development. CTEL will continue to support the member states through regional cooperation, institutional strengthening, development to face ecosystem challenges for the present. Thank you. Thank you very much to the President of the Inter-American Telecommunication Committee. I'd like to ask the Secretary to put up the video intervention of Ms. Martha Machado, Secretary on Policies for Drugs and Management of Assets in Brazil, as the President or Chair of the Inter-American Commission for Drug Abuse Control.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Head of Delegations, Secretary General of the OAS, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity to address this General Assembly of the organization on the occasion of the regular session, 56th General Assembly, on behalf of the Inter-American Office for the Control of. This is a particularly significant moment. In 2026, the Commission 40 years of existence and of contribution to hemisphere to face the challenges represented by drugs. During the specialized conference on the drug trafficking carried out in Rio de Janeiro in April of 1996 and thereafter approved by the General Assembly of the OAS in November of that same year, in 4 decades of existence, CICAD has become the most relevant forum for discussion on drugs and drug programs. And these programs have been or indirectly to all the member states of the OAS, and this anniversary is an opportunity to celebrate this legacy. Before continuing, let me recognize and congratulate the work carried out by Antigua and Barbuda during the period of 2024 and 2025 when it presided CICAD, and particularly Lieutenant Colonel Edward Croft. I also thanks to the Executive Secretariat of CICAD, whose professionalism is essential for carrying out our program of activities. I also underscore the work of groups who contributed with groups of experts, Barbados, Colombia, and Costa Rica in 2025, a commitment that meant a great participation on the online as well as in-person meetings. CICAD had 2 regular periods of meetings. The 77th was celebrated virtually on the 13th of May and approved an annual report for the prior year. The 78th meeting was done in person at the OAS headquarters in Washington the following December. At that occasion, I was elected to preside the CICAD Commission for the period of 2025 and 2026 with Argentina as president. The session approved the reports of 4 groups of experts and elected new presidents. It also approved the plan of work on the plan of action in the hemisphere on drugs, presided at that time by Antigua and Barbuda, the Intergovernmental Working Group on the mechanism of multilateral evaluation by Argentina, and the plan of work for the Executive Secretariat for the following year. Additionally, in 2025, the Executive Secretariat developed a broad support program of technical assistance and training sessions throughout the region. Those that would be held are those approved by member states and include in supporting different areas such as synthetic drug trafficking, precursors, maritime and air drug trafficking, as well as strengthening capacities for police, anti-drug police. CICAD also made progress in strengthening public policies for the protection of and children in the most vulnerable situations against early alerts for psychotropic use and activities. And ladies and gentlemen delegates, our societies today face even greater interconnected challenges, pressures, security, the rapid technological transformation, environmental tensions, and new forms of social vulnerability. In this context, the dynamics related to drugs and illicit economies understood in isolation. It is for that reason that CICAD continues to be relevant. It's one of the few spaces within our hemisphere where different perspectives and traditions will dialogue and meet, not to overcome their differences, but to construct points of cooperation. Today is not only desirable, but it is indispensable. The presidency of Brazil understands that policies require a broad, integrated response based on evidence and oriented by international cooperation to strengthening state capacities. This includes recognizing the importance of law enforcement, but also to invest in prevention and the development of institutional capacity, responses that are adapted to local realities. To conclude, the annual report of SICAD 5 reflects a shared understanding that the to drugs are constantly evolving and our responses must also evolve with them. We must be flexible, innovative, and willing to learn together, and these will be indispensable for our collective responses. At this moment of the 40 years of SICAD, we renew our commitment to hemispheric cooperation, able to respond to the challenges of the present and to build solutions for the future. Thank you.
Agradecemos.
We thank the delegation of Brazil for facilitating the intervention of the president. I now have the pleasure of offering the floor to Dr. Julio José Reyes, President of the American Juridical Committee. Mr. President, you have the floor. Mr. President, General Assembly, Mr. General Secretary, Ms. Assistant General Secretary, authorities, all present, Excellency. I would like to thank you for this space to speak briefly about the activities of the Juridical Committee, which were carried out in 2020, published in a report which you can find on the webpage of the committee. In 2020, completed 2 regular sessions in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, the first from the 10th and the second from the 4th to 15th of August. In January of this year, 3 new members of the committee were brought in, Dr. Cecilia Fresno de Aguirre from Uruguay and the Dr. Vogel Pongoni from Haiti, and Dr. Marta de Carmen Luna Veliz from Panama was. The committee adopted the following documents, which have been sent to the General Assembly for your consideration. On exceptionality on the use of force in the inter-American context, reaffirming the prohibition in international relations except for legitimate defense and collective security authorized by the United Nations, establishing that the regional system cannot remove that prohibition or establish or invoke unique circumstances that would allow for the of these norms. Another declaration on the principles of international law on which the inter-American system is founded, recognizing universal norms and regional rules, as well as general principles from the committee in 2005, which incorporate references to international environmental law and the national laws of our states. Next, the proposal for the addendum to the Model Inter-American Law 2.0 about access to public information. It promotes the exercise of the environment of the judicial system with the administrative function. The agenda of the committee includes which include 1 from the Permanent Council and 4 from the Assembly. Important coordination with the Commission for Juridical and Political Affairs facilitates the presentation of these topics with its perspective relators. We really value the efforts of ministers to respond to our questionnaires and to understand states so that rules can be applied in areas where public information is insufficient. Your responses are essential. Mr. Following a decades-old tradition, in August we carried out our new course of a new international law with 41 students, which marked its first 50th years. On the 6th, we met with Ministers of Affairs from Brazil and the Secretary General, Ambassador. I would like to invite you to continue supporting the course, and I thank Secretary General Ramtin for to obtain the support for the 16 students that will participate in August. Our Technical Secretary published the classes from 2024 with a new edition for the classes which we have been holding since 1974, and we celebrated the 10th joint session but brought together authorities from 16 countries in the hemisphere, and we also participated in the 5th 50 years of the CIDIP. We recognize the efforts to establish official legal space with dedication to the exclusive location of the committee who's selected for this course, and we trust the financing will be achieved. We have also shared that the Department of International Law Secretariat's committee supports us, and we want to remember this time. Mr. President, the report with the members of the committee what was difficult to put together. It always takes a lot of hard work from Secretariat, from your staff, from Washington, and from Rio de Janeiro. The work of the committee highlights how the states continue to trust in international law as a mechanism for multilateral integration, and it shows how the voluntary group to support the Inter-American Juridical Committee and the promotion of international law, GAJUR, Brazil and Mexico, which reaffirms the regional commitment to this space. The promotion of development and the codification of international law is an important element of our organization and its member states. So we continue committed to this body and to the advisory body of our organization. Thank you very much. Thank you for the president of the Inter-American Juridical Committee, and now I'll pass the floor to Judge Rodrigo Modrovici of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Mr. President, you have the floor.
President of the General Assembly, 56 General Assembly, Secretary, Assistant Secretary General, heads of delegation, ministers and foreign ministers, and alternate and permanent representatives, observers before the OAS. Ladies and gentlemen, it is wonderful to be in this beautiful has received us so warmly as it did in March when it hosted the court to have a period of its sessions here. As president of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, it is my pleasure to present the annual report for the activity 2025. In this sense, I want to underscore the notable work done by Judge Nancy Hernandez Lopez as president of the court in the last biennium, which I president, as well as the contribution of my colleagues, both men and women judges. Institutionally, in 2025, we had the mandate of Alberto Boria Odrio Peru, Paraguay, and the second mandate of Ricardo Pérez Manrique of Uruguay. Also, we elected the new director of the Inter-American Court for the period 2026, made by Patricia Pérez Goldberg, Vice President, by myself and by Judge Patricia Pérez Goldberg as Vice President. Additionally, of the work of Pablo Saavedra Alessandri and the Inter-American Court elected Gabriela Pacheco Arias as Secretary. The year 2025 was marked by intense activity in the area of jurisdiction. 13 ordinary sessions were held, meant 21 weeks of work collectively. The court heard cases both virtually as well as in person, which allowed us to substantially increase the work, and we held 2 sessions away from headquarters, thanks to being hosted in Guatemala and the Republic of Paraguay. The court reiterates to those states for its period of supervision, which meant monitoring of more than 1,800 reparation measures. In 2025, the court resolutions, of which it declared the or partial compliance with 79 reparation measures. Likewise, last year we carried supervision hearings in Chile, Guatemala, Colombia, and Paraguay, and I thank those countries for having collaborated and have opened their doors to the tribunal. Additionally, in 2025, the court issued consultative opinions on issues. Consultative opinion number 30 on the responsibility facing the illicit arms trafficking. Consultative opinion number 31 on the right of the citizen recognized as a right, and consultative opinion number 32 on obligations of states facing climate cases. Republic of Nicaragua regarding provisional measures on item 4 of the Mayanaga indigenous people that were detained equally, provisional measures of the Juan Sebastian, other cases which were issued in 2024 regarding people under risk and urgent political persecution. Additionally, the Inter-American Court applied Article 65 regarding provisional measures adopted in the case of Guevara Rodriguez. For this court, it is of great relevance in the collective guarantee making up the system of protection of human rights under the American Convention. States also contributed to demand the compliance by the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela of ordinary reparations issued by this international tribunal. Of particular attention, compliance with reparation measures on personal integrity and freedom victims. In the case Guevara Rodriguez and others, we ordered the immediate 3 victims in that case, and in the Rojas Riera and other cases recently issued, we ordered that same the detention center El Helicoide as being incompatible with the guarantees established by the Convention on Human Rights. To conclude, activities described in its annual American Court had to count on cooperation and contributions of a voluntary nature by American states. This support was fundamental to the appropriate and adequate functioning of the court, and therefore I must make note of great thanks on behalf of the court for that generous commitment that made possible for us to comply with our mission.
Thank you to the President of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights for his intervention. Now I'll pass the floor to Mr. Gurnava Campas, President of the CEJA. President, you are welcome to speak. Thank you very much, Mr. President of the General Assembly, General Secretary, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, all representatives, heads of delegation, and observers. 2025 was a historic moment for the Center for Justice Studies of the Americas, known as CEJA, because it celebrated its 25th anniversary in its role strengthening the technical body in the justice system. During this period, the center consolidated its regional leadership, establishing a roadmap for 2025-2027 with diverse agencies of the OAS and signing strategic agreements to combat organized crime and promote legal integrity with key institutions in our region. In the framework of this investigation and technical development, CEJA produced high-impact tools, including the first regional index on legal backlog or judicial backlog, which covered 13 countries and 57 indicators to measure judicial independence. The center also was a pioneer in digital transformation and justice, publishing 2 studies about the use of support from the Chilean government. This solid operational performance reaffirms the essential role of CEJA in promoting rule of law and human rights in all of the Americas. During 2025, the center produced a total of 8 technical specialized studies on judicial backlog, judicial independence, artificial intelligence, and justice, as well as alternative mechanisms for conflict resolution. These allow the member states to identify critical gaps. In the same way, for the first time, CEJA offered a advisory opinion on democracy and its protection in the Inter-American human rights system at the request of the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, and we hope they will continue trusting in us to contribute in their next decisions or rulings. The execution of projects in 2025 led to regulatory changes and direct operational changes through technical assistance in 6 countries: Bolivia, Colombia, Guatemala, Peru, El Salvador, and Honduras. The development of the protocol for case management for the judicial body in Panama in the framework of the civil processes reform and the evaluation of critical bottlenecks in Chilean law for gender-based violence improved standards in judiciary protection. Through Seja Campus and in-person programs, we were able to provide training to Panamanian judges about oral litigation and civil reform. We worked with ministers of justice in Bolivia, did training for Mexico and Panama, worked with a regional course on gender-based violence for professionals in 10 member states, and educated about standards for the United Nations. To strengthen institutional synergies, we are working hard on our OAS CEJA roadmap, registering with the Office of Civil Society Relationships, who we have worked closely with before, and we continue maintaining strong relationships with the Inter-American Commission for Women, the Inter-American Commission and Court for Human Rights, the Secretariat for Strengthening Democracy, and other bodies of the OAS. Also, during 2025-2026, CEJA has consolidated its network of strategic partnerships with the province of Santa Fe, the Republic of Chile, and others. To guarantee this financial sustainability of our center and to ensure technical capacities of the region, we make a respectful call to member states to back our institutional management through the voluntary annual contribution. The reform of justice systems in the Americas is our mandate, and we need transparency, objectivity, integrity, and respect for fundamental rights. That can only be achieved with effective support of all representatives of our organization. Thank you. Thank you very much to the president of the CEJA for his intervention. We will now pass the floor to Ms. Monica Xavier, director of the National Institute for Women at Uruguay and president of the Inter-American Commission for Women. Madam President, welcome. You have the floor. Mr. Javier Artinez Vasquez, president of the 56th General Assembly of the Organization of American States, General Secretary Albert Ramden, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General Laura Hill, Excellencies, distinguished delegations, ambassadors, and all, I am honored to speak to you for the first time as president of the Inter-American Commission for Women to present our annual report for 2025. Today, the 24th of June, I would like to recognize all women diplomats that are here with us. Happy International Day for Women in Diplomacy.
Asumo esta responsabilidad.
I take on this responsibility encouraged by the results of the recent 40th Assembly of Delegates of the CIM, where, despite natural differences between states, we were able to hold an intense and respectful debate, which ended in the declaration by acclamation titled The Economic Rights of Women in the Americas. This consensus reflects the hemispheric conviction that economic rights are an indispensable condition for the full exercise of the rights of women, including fulfilling their personal and professional trajectories. Carrying out this right, exercising this right, contributes to breaking cycles of poverty. It reduces gaps and it eliminates barriers that keep us from life free of violence. The report today that we present shows that although we are a small body in resources, the CIM can drive dialogue, generate technical instruments, and accompany the states in implementing public policies that strengthen the rights of women. This has been possible thanks to partnerships with governments, parliaments, local authorities, civil society, academics, the private sector, and different groups of women, including rural, Afro-descendant, indigenous women, as well as women with disabilities. Each mission carried out in 2025 incorporated this focus of building bridges to different sectors. The CIM offered technical assistance and training to public servants, women leaders, and candidates through boot camps and specialized courses. In total, 1,145 people were trained in 2025, strengthening capacities in implementation of equality policies and the participation in politics, and activism. Another fundamental axis of the production of of knowledge and exchange of best practices between the states is found there. I want to highlight the launch of model laws on equality and digital violence, as well as progress on inter-American laws for financial inclusion, work inclusion, small business, and other activities by women. More than 1,200 people participated in these activities in 2025. Our model laws are being utilized by states, parliaments, and international bodies, including the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. For that reason, in our most recent Assembly of Delegates, we committed to taking them into consideration, especially those linked to economic rights of women. In our declaration, we committed to promote the full exercise of these rights, strengthening financial inclusion, labor inclusion, digital inclusion, and responding to care as a structural axis so that women can make decisions in equal conditions free from violence. However, as I said at the beginning, although SIM has worked hard with few resources, it's not always possible to operate on the edge, especially in adverse contexts where fundamental advances in women's rights are being questioned. Throughout the history, CIM has driven deep transformations, even beyond our region. But its agenda, the agenda of equality and non-discrimination, continues to be as necessary as it was a century ago. For that reason, the doors of the 100th anniversary of the Inter-American Commission for Women calls for the respect of member states to strengthen political and financial support of the CIM so that we can continue being a key hemispherical forum for the rights of women. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la presidenta.
Thank you very much to the president of the Inter-American Commission on Women for your words. Now I will pass the floor to Ambassador Rodolfo Coronado, representative from Peru at the OAS, representing the Inter-American Commission Against Terrorism. Ambassador, welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Allow me to start this intervention by expressing our congratulations and thanks to Panama for their presidency of the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism, known as SICTE, during the period 2025-2026, as well as their very efficient organization for the 26th period of regular sessions celebrated this year in this city. It is an honor for Peru, as president of the SICTE for 2026-2027, to present to the General Assembly this report. Over more than 2 decades, SICTE has been one of the main hemispheric spaces for dialogue, cooperation, and strengthening capacities to prevent, combat, and eliminate terrorism. In cybersecurity, the Secretariat of the SICTE continues supporting the strengthening of national and regional capacities, highlighting advances in development for national strategies on cybersecurity, strengthening the hemispheric network on equipment and response to incidents for information security, the CSIRT Americas network, and the implementation of innovative programs to promote the participation of women and youth. Our efforts reflect a significant evolution in the region, which now has 21 countries with national cybersecurity strategies. In the environment of disarmament and non-proliferation, the Secretariat continues to promote the implementation of Resolution 1540 of the United Nations Security Council, offering technical assistance and legislative assistance to different member states to strengthen their strategic control and their regulatory frameworks related to the prevention of proliferation and WMDs. In the same way, we develop important activities for training and cooperation in terms of managing borders, cargo and containers, protecting specific spaces, contributing to the strengthening of national states, and exchanging best practices. In terms of terrorism prevention and financing, SICTE continues to promote initiatives that focus on strengthening the resilience of our societies as we face violent extremism that causes terrorism, including spaces for training and dialogue with authorities, civil society organizations, and other relevant stakeholders. More than 600 people participated in virtual programs, and more than 150 representations from sports federations, public order forces, youth organizations, academics, and other civil society organizations participated in the webinar, Beyond Sport, Sport as a Tool to Prevent and Stop Extremist Violent Narratives on Terrorism. These results have been possible thanks to the firm commitment from member states, observers, and institutional partners that contribute to the work of the CICTE. The presidency desires to express its recognition of Canada, Chile, the United States, Panama, and Mexico, the European Union and the UK, the IDB, the Foundation City, the Latin American Jewish Congress, and the organizations of civil society that have supported us in these efforts. Mr. President, Peru reaffirms its commitment to the objectives and principles that guide the work of CICTE. We take on this presidency with responsibility and conviction that hemispheric cooperation and strengthening of capacities and permanent dialogue will continue to be fundamental tools to face the threats that affect the security of our peoples. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your presentation and representation of CICTE. I now give the floor to Ana Riviere Cinnamon, the representative of the Pan American Health Organization. Dr. Riviere, you have the floor. Good day, good afternoon, Your Excellency President of the General Assembly, Secretary General Albert Ramdin, Assistant Secretary General Laura Gil, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, permanent representatives, and distinguished delegates. It is an honor for me to address the General Assembly on behalf of the Director of the Pan American Health Organization, Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, who sends his greetings and thanks to the government and people of Panama for hosting this important meeting in a year that marks the bicentennial of the 1826 Congress of Panama. 2 centuries afterwards, 2 centuries later, the principles that brought our peoples together at that Congress, solidarity, cooperation, and a shared destiny, are still the foundation and the basis on which we will work to build the health of the Americas. We thank Panama for its long-standing commitment to regional cooperation. This country plays a unique role in connecting the Americas. It is home to 2 regional public health goods for the hemisphere: PAHO's Regional Strategic Reserve for Emergencies and Disasters, and the Virtual Campus for Public Health, which now surpasses 4 million users. The experience of recent years has taught us that we are stronger when we act together. Together, we are able to protect health and strengthen resilience and stability in the region. Last year, our societies were again put to the test. The region lost its status of elimination of measles, faced the persistence of dengue, and the emergence of the Oropouche virus. In addition, Hurricane Melissa affected 785 health facilities in Jamaica, Cuba, and Haiti. Each of these events reminds us that collective action amplifies our responsiveness. In this context, in Haiti, PAHO continues to work together with national authorities within the framework of the OAS roadmap for Haiti, supporting the continuity of essential health services in extraordinarily difficult conditions. And across the Caribbean, we continue to strengthen preparedness and the protection of lives. I'll now continue in English.
Cooperation delivers concrete benefits. It expands access to services and technologies, strengthens emergency preparedness, and contributes to the resilience of societies. Our region continues to lead globally in disease elimination. The results are not accidental. They reflect the sustained political commitment, evidence-based tools, and persistent implementation by countries, supported at every stage by PAHO's technical cooperation. In 2025, Suriname was certified malaria-free, Brazil eliminated mother-to-child transmission of HIV, and in March 2026, Chile became the first country in the Americas and second globally to be officially verified as having eliminated leprosy. Another clear example are PAHO regional revolving funds, which in 2025 procured nearly $1 billion in vaccines, medicines, and essential supplies, and distributed more than 230 million vaccine doses across the region. Beyond these figures, they expand access, reduce cost, and strengthen the resilience of our health systems. The agreement among Argentina, Synergium, Biotech, Pfizer, and PAHO to produce pneumococcal vaccine regionally illustrates how strategic partnerships can expand equitable access while strengthening regional manufacturing capacity. Innovation is also transforming how we bring health closer to our people in the hemisphere. Here in Panama, drones are delivering vaccines and medicines in remote communities, while in Paraguay, artificial intelligence is supporting tuberculosis screening in prisons. These are just two examples of this transformation. Allow me to highlight one priority that today occupies a central place in the Inter-American agenda, which is mental health. We welcome the adoption of the Inter-American Declaration on Mental Health at this Assembly, a decisive step that PAHO will continue to support with its technical expertise. We also value the continued deepening of cooperation with the OAS over the past year on the inclusion of persons with disabilities and on the biosafety of public health laboratories, strengthening a cross-sectoral hemispheric agenda. Mr. President, these advances reflect PAHO's capacity to build partnerships that amplify the impact of technical cooperation. We will continue to work with member states, development banks, inter-American system, the private sector, and civil society to ensure that health remains a strategic investment in the development of and prosperity of the Americas. Because when we cooperate in health, we protect lives, we strengthen institutions, and we build a safer, more resilient, and more prosperous societies. Thank you very much. Gracias. Grand merci. Muito obrigada.
Muchas gracias, doctor.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll now give the floor to Major General Cesar Macedo Garcia, President of the Council of Delegates of the Inter-American Defense Board. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President of this 56th General Assembly of the OAS and Your Excellencies Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General, foreign ministers, ambassadors, and permanent representatives, as well as distinguished delegations of member states. It is a great honor for me to address this General Assembly on behalf of the Inter-American Defense Board. The Inter-American Defense Board, founded in 1942 by a decision of our member states. In 2006, also by a decision of our member states, the Defense Board was incorporated into the OAS. Since then, it has fulfilled a clear purpose: provide technical, consultative, and educational advice to the organization and to the member states on issues of military defense and, in recent years, hemispheric security as well. The IDB is composed of three organs. The first is the Council of Delegates, the highest representative body that expresses the collective will of member states. The second is the Secretariat, which carries out institutional decisions and develops technical services and specialized training. The third is the Inter-American Defense College, in charge of training strategic civilian and military leaders for the hemisphere. Our context of hemispheric security today requires strategic clarity. Transnational threats have become more complex and aggressive. Transnational organized crime, illicit trafficking, armed violence, and the convergence between illegal economies and corruption affect the stability of our states. The growing use of drones and disruptive technologies such as artificial intelligence by criminal groups expand their capabilities and challenge our institutional responses. No state can face these challenges in isolation. The security of the hemisphere can only be strengthened through cooperation, trust, and coordinated action. Preserving security means protecting our democratic institutions, our governance, and the well-being of our citizens. That is why, as was mentioned at the opening ceremony of this General Assembly, security is part of the democratic agenda of our countries. In this context, the IDB Secretariat, over the past year, has promoted a number of seminars and hemispheric exercises on issues such as women, peace and security, cyber defense, natural disasters, anti-drone operations, human rights and international humanitarian law, arms management, migratory flows, environmental protection, maritime security, among others. These opportunities not only allowed for the dissemination of knowledge and the sharing of experiences, but also for strengthening mutual trust, promoting interoperability, and consolidating common capacities throughout the hemisphere. Similarly, the Secretariat has developed training plans that have been made available to member states with the purpose of strengthening capacities and promoting greater doctrinal convergence among the military and security forces of the hemisphere. This effort seeks to improve common preparedness against shared threats from a cooperative perspective that is still respectful of national realities. The Secretariat also continues to provide technical support to the humanitarian demining program in Colombia. This work expresses in a very concrete way the commitment of the board to human security, solidarity, cooperation, and the reduction of risks that directly affect our people. The Inter-American Defense College continues to be one of the strongest pillars of our institution. Its mission is to train strategic advisors and leaders capable of understanding the complexity of the hemispheric environment. Education is essential for sustained growth. Without quality education, there will be no lasting strategic vision. Without shared training, there will be no solid cooperation. And for this reason, the school not only works to transmit knowledge, it also forges a hemispheric community of trust. Recently, the college, with the presence of the President of Barbados, His Excellency Jeffrey Bostich, graduated a new class of 64 officers and civil servants from 19 different countries. Each class strengthens a leadership network that transcends borders and contributes to a common strategic culture of service to the hemisphere. With regard to the mandates of this organization, the board maintains a firm and permanent commitment to compliance in regards to Haiti within the framework of Resolution 3039, and in accordance with our institutional mandate, we have developed activities of technical advice, professional training, and specialized support in coordination with the OAS and the authorities in Haiti. In addition, in compliance and in accordance with Resolution 3047, progress continues in the process of moving the historic Casa del Soldado to the OAS building. This process expresses our willingness to continue strengthening the institutional integration of the board into the Inter-American system. However, the completion of adaptations for the full installation of the Defense Board in its new headquarters are still pending. It's therefore considered valuable to have the support of permanent representatives to the OAS to contribute to the prompt realization of this objective. In disaster cooperation, the Inter-American Defense Board is proud to have completed the development of MICODE, a mechanism that should be understood as a system of cooperation of a political strategic nature that facilitates coordination, transparency, and interoperability in the face of natural disasters. Its final validation will take place at the 17th Conference of Defense Ministers of the Americas in July of this year in Cusco, Peru. As that milestone, our hemisphere will have a mechanism of undoubted strategic value. And in this regard, the board encourages the continued involvement of member states in order to expand its dissemination and consolidate the board as a tool for cooperation for the benefit of the entire hemisphere. Finally, I turn to the budgetary aspect. The board has made progress thanks to the budgetary framework achieved with the support of the permanent representatives, to whose distinguished ambassadors we express our appreciation. This support has made it possible to sustain and project the development of all of our tasks. However, we must recognize an institutional reality. New mandates and new responsibilities require greater resources. Maintaining the quality, continuity, and effectiveness of our actions requires a reasonable balance between the tasks assigned to us and the means available. I therefore conclude, Mr. President, by reaffirming the unwavering commitment of the Inter-American Defense Board to useful and committed multilateralism through concrete actions, as we have reviewed in the areas of hemispheric security. The problems we face are common. Therefore, their solutions must be built cooperatively. The board will continue to work with technical rigor, a spirit of service, and complete loyalty to the mandates of this organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Council of Delegates for the Inter-American Defense Board. It is now my pleasure to offer the floor to the Chief of Regional Affairs, Mr. Kian Avesian, from the International Red Cross Committee. Thank you very much, Mr. President, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, honorable delegates, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, friends all. It is an honor to speak to you in this language with this accent at the emblematic city of Panama in this transcendental assembly. It's been said before that we are meeting in a symbolic location 2 centuries ago. Here, the regional vision was projected of common principles, and the legacy of that contrasts with the challenges of our time, reminding us that it is important to build a future based simply but profoundly on joint commitment to humanity. We are living through a decade that is deeply marked by war. The number of armed conflicts continues to increase, around 130, and with them, the suffering of millions and millions of people. Behind these numbers, wars loosed without rules transform into wars against civilians. Hospitals are destroyed. Families are buried under the ruins. Prisoners are deprived of their dignity, and communities are reduced to nothing. They are realities, but realities that we cannot accept. They're not inevitable. In this context, the ICRC, together with the international movement of Red Cross and Red Crescent societies, works daily in the most affected areas, offering humanitarian aid and promoting respect, working with people who have disappeared, visiting detention areas, offering humanitarian assistance, promoting respect for international humanitarian law, all things that align with the mandate that has been conferred upon us by the Universal Convention of Geneva. And I would like to mention that the dangerous tendency we have seen towards limitless wars encouraged us to launch, together with Brazil, China, France, Jordan, Kazakhstan, and South Africa, the global initiative to renew our commitment to human rights, counting with the formal backing of more than 100 states. International humanitarian law is not static. It has continually evolved to respond to the challenges of war. Now, the fragmentation of stakeholders, the impact of new technologies, artificial intelligence, cyberspace, and other new spaces have changed things, but at its core, it is unchanged. Humanity, proportionality. When these concepts are implemented, they are principles that save lives, even in the practice of armed non-state actors. In concrete, we can move towards incorporating humanitarian considerations to respond to the challenges of the future, including creating peace processes. The main learning from this initiative, which is 2 years old now, is that respect for international humanitarian law is possible if there is political will. And in this context, the OAS has a fundamental role to play. As a multilateral forum, it can contribute to protecting international humanitarian law at a high level in the region and from the region to protect people who are affected by tragedies that are occurring. I want to invite all member states to continue working with us on this effort. Those of you who are not yet part of the global initiative, we encourage you to join. And for those who do participate, we invite you to continue contributing your experience and your leadership. The choice that we face now is relevant for all of us. We can continue falling forward towards dehumanization, or we can join together on the path towards unconditional respect of international humanitarian law, which continues to be one of the most concrete laws that we have in peace and in war, to together protect the dignity of the human beings that we are. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Chief of Regional Affairs for the Americas from the ICRC for his intervention. We will close out by passing the floor to Ms. Lois Pace, Regional Director for the Americas from the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. Ms. Director, welcome. Good afternoon. Finally. Thank you, Mr. President, Ambassador Javier Martinez-Acha, Secretary Ramdin, Assistant Secretary Hill, ministers, all. Allow me to continue in English.
Ago, the Anthropic Congress of Panama gave form to a bold vision of regional cooperation. And today we meet here again under the auspices of OAS, reaffirming the same belief that countries within the Americas are stronger when they act together. Another important idea took shape just a few decades later and became the International Red Cross and Red Crescent Movement, or IFRC. We are the largest, or the world's largest, humanitarian network with the mandate to protect life and dignity through humanity and neutrality. So on the one hand, we have multilateralism
And on the other, we have humanitarianism. As the Secretary General said in his opening remarks, multilateral action is not simply an option, it's essential. But so is humanitarianism. Both are critical commitments in a hemisphere facing an intensifying climate crisis, forced displacement, epidemics, harmful information, and a steep decline in humanitarian financing. I say this with conviction, and on behalf of the IFRC and its 34 National Red Cross societies here in the Americas. These national societies are auxiliaries in the humanitarian field to many of the public authorities in your states. And in coordination with your governments, also alongside 500,000 volunteers serving communities throughout our region, we respond to crises that dominate headlines, like Hurricane Melissa did in the Caribbean. We also respond to crises that don't make headlines, such as the recent measles outbreak in Guatemala, or the El Niño-driven drought in Colombia. On top of that, we provide principled humanitarian assistance in complex contexts, from Cuba to Haiti to Venezuela, where we've actually just learned of a powerful earthquake that took place minutes or hours ago near the capital. We're often recognized at IFRC for our humanitarian response, but what's important to recognize is that our work begins much earlier, with preparedness or anticipatory action initiatives, and a range of social services throughout the hemisphere. In this regard, IFRC welcomes the resolution on disasters, which will complement regional efforts already in place when emergencies disrupt societies. Responders across our hemisphere. When the Red Cross emblem is not respected, lives of communities and humanitarians are in danger. Second, we need to support local action with applicable laws. States are conducting consultations on a global treaty to protect persons in the event of disasters. This hemisphere has a relevant existing treaty and lessons that the world needs. For more than 20 years, IFRC has worked alongside governments to strengthen disaster laws, and we draw on that experience for this process. Finally, we need to promote humanitarian cooperation across borders and speak to the world with one voice so that the humanitarian needs of this continent are not overlooked. The Americas have done this before, choosing cooperation, dialogue, and respect for international law as the way forward. We must make that same choice now and ensure the multilateralism we defend in rooms like this proves itself far beyond these walls, in lives protected and saved. That is our shared responsibility. IFRC stands ready to do its part alongside the Organization of American States for centuries to come. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigada. And merci beaucoup.
We thank the Regional Director for the Americas from the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies for her intervention. As was announced before, I will now offer the floor to the delegations of the member states if they desire to make comments about the presentations that we have heard. El Salvador. Thank you very much, Mr. President. My delegation would like to make reference to the IACHR report. El Salvador recognizes that the full respect for human rights is indispensable to maintain stability in the region. That task, as well as the commitment from the states and all of society, requires impartial support from the Inter-American IFRC. These three have a significant presence in Panama, and they carry out their meritorious work in benefit of our populations from Panama. I would also like to make reference to the reports presented by the Inter-American Commission of Telecommunications Committee, the Inter-American Juridical Committee, the Inter-American Court for Human Rights, and the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism. All of these organizations have carried out sessions in Panama in 2026 to commemorate the bicentennial of the Panamanian Congress. We would also like to thank the report for the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, which soon will be holding a session in our country with that same purpose, offering content and substance to our commemoration of the bicentennial of the Amphictyonic Congress in Panama. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Panama.
Heads of delegations, we will now suspend point 4 until the General Committee has ended its session. I ask the heads of delegations to engage in conversations on those matters on which we are not yet in agreement. Thank you.
to be able to offer a space, before we can offer a space here to the UK. The presidency, the chair is aware that the delegation of the UK has requested the floor. We would like to give them the floor. The UK has the floor.
General, Assistant General Secretary, Ministers, delegates, friends. On behalf of the United Kingdom, I would like to thank our host, Panama, for convening this assembly. The United Kingdom values its partnership across the Americas, shaped by history and the many personal connections between our peoples today. This forum plays an important role in strengthening cooperation on the issues that affect us all, and we will continue to contribute to solutions to shared problems in the constructive and respectful spirit on which the OAS was founded. I will turn now to the topic of this discussion, the Falkland Islands. The United Kingdom's position has been clear.